Hello, hello, beautiful people of the internet. Hello, Master Maticus, the Chaucer, Cool Doge, Apples and Fruits, Ballin Stalin One, and der Hunschmelzer. Don't forget the sparkling water reviews. Yes, today we have a Waterloo lemon lime. Again with the rhubarb simple syrup that I made almost a year ago. But luckily, simple syrup, as long as it's made sufficiently strong and is kept in the fridge, has a practically infinite shelf life. Okay, so the team is in great shape. We've got all kinds of shinies. We've got tons of money. We've got good bros. We've got bros nearly hitting level 11. Right now, what I'm wanting to do is some legendary locations. The ones I'm targeting, or I'm planning to target in our search here, initially, are this new location, which, you know, we're gonna just discover fog. We're gonna go through an adventure and find what we find. The other one that we're gonna be looking to do in the relatively near future is going to be the Sunken Library, which we never did find yet. There isn't that much desert that isn't explored. So, I mean, maybe it's like way down here in this little patch of unexplored, or like here, or maybe down here, maybe over here somewhere. Anyway, I guess I don't need to point at all the spots that are unexplored, but you get the idea. We'll be looking for the Sunken Library as well, because we've got somebody who knows how to read. He's of an appropriate level to do some reading. So, another day of not finding new content, I'm ready. Right. I want to make sure, basically what's going through my head is, I want to make sure that I get to the new content in time, such that if it's really dangerous and some bros die, that I can train up their replacements. We're going to hope that nobody dies, and we do them smoothly. But I'm not a magician. I don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen exactly. So that's the plan. So I think we're gonna start this adventure by, let's see, buying some overpriced tools and hopping on this little mountain, looking here. If there's any fights we want to take, we'll go and do that. Then we'll go down here and explore this. Then we'll head west and explore this area. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. And how is everyone else doing on this wonderful hump day, Wednesday? Okay, there's like nothing here. Cool, all right. Okay, we've got like one injury. We did just go, you know, through the wilderness and did some big Sea of Tents fights, camps, and things like that. We will, of course, make another pass for those types of fights, you know, again, relatively soon, but you got some work to do, so having the stream on the second screen helps out. Excellent. I do that often enough myself. Having a stream is like a little companion. As I do something else. Not unrelatable. That's for sure. Okay. Ah! Okay, orcs, you don't have to scream so loudly. We know you're here. Okay. He disagrees. He'd like to scream loudly. Okay, so we're gonna set up our spear boys, as you do. Manifest Destiny's Child, perfectly encapsulating the spirit of the orc. Capital letters. I don't think they, you know, Orcs kind of have the motto of the caps lock is cruise control for cool. Or so it seems. Because they're always screaming. They're very angry. Yeah, few syllables in capital letters, that's right. Alright, so that Orc Berserker made it through the old spear wall. Wait, what? Why would switching weapons make it so I can't swing? That doesn't make any sense. Why would I have 5 fatigue built up? What was I up? I didn't look at what my fatigue was at before that, but that doesn't really quite make sense to me. Huh. I did update MSU to its most recent version. I hope that that didn't break something. Elevation? Yeah, but he didn't move. Was he attacked in melee? Oh, I guess he was attacked. After I had waited? Did that happen? That must have happened. That had to be what happened. Huh, okay. You asked Copilot to make some orc gamer tags. Interested? Oh my god, yes. I sure hope there's a lot of like X, XX, underscore, some 420s, some 69s, etc. You know, all the fun numbers. Crush you no. Crush you now. Okay. Anything worse than Insane Killer 013? Me smash good. Interesting that they think spaces are a valid character. They must not know anything about gamer tags. How could AI possibly make this mistake? Grok no think, Grok smass? That's like a work of art. Big fight time. Fight spelled F-I-T-E. Wow. Beginnings, I'm doing well. How are you? Yeah, I think keeping it simple, going with "Wah!" is what they would perhaps do in practice. But I wouldn't know. I'm not an orc, just a lonely half giant. Alright, looks like these two orc young are gonna flee. Fine with me. Okay. Freddie Mac, Uncle Freddie Mac, our squire, has reached his final level. He's reached the pinnacle of skill. And we're going to get him a hammer. We're gonna be traveling nearby some civilization, I think, so we'll have the opportunity to purchase him a warhammer. I think that'll be the plan. We want to stop by some cities anyway, because we want to see if we can purchase you know, sellers, other such things. Yeah, the team's looking real good. We need to get a caca as well. There's a handful of things we want. A handful of things we need to feel like the team is complete, you know? Oh, hello, Mr. Zombie. You need to get a caca? Mm-hmm. Team's gonna have a mascot. We're not uncivilized fools. $30K gold and the only thing Sludgy wants is an OKer helmet. Basically. You gave Copilot my suggestions and it understood the assignment? Okay. Now I'm expecting some true TM gamer tags. Okay. There we go. Now we're looking at gamer tags. X's, underscores, 69s. Now it understands. Smash XXX. Wonderful. Wonderful. Gronk Forever 666. Incredible. Me no think G. A delightfully unexpected final letter. These are great. Forget summarizing your emails. This is the future. Buzzgut 1337. Stomp Stomp 420 with zeros for O's. These are perfect. Death Crush 999. Now these are some real gamer tags. Like capital G gamer. STNaren 189. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Boy, Slurgy no like Screaming Geist. Slurgy easily spooked. No likey ghost. It's going well. It's a Wednesday. I'm playing Battle Brothers. What more can I ask for, you know? Have you encountered the new enemies? Not yet. No spoilers. But yeah, I'm hoping that we find them this stream. There is, I mean, yeah. I'm hopeful. We'll see. Dogs are losing their mind up there. I don't know why. Back from work and a Slurgy stream? Hell yeah. Susie's losing it. She is. All right, let's go toot the horn so the broadcast briggy can desoil his britches. Hey, it's Bijante. It's Thursday, liar. Is it already Thursday in Turkey? I suppose it probably is. Just barely, though, I'm assuming. Yeah, Slurgy panicking as usual. Right, he's kind of a coward. Slurgy, why is your bro so bitch made? I don't know what that means. Oh, I get it. Yeah, I don't know. Right, I know what it means now. I don't know what his deal is. I don't get it. He is a superstitious boy, but still. Special resolve neutral build, right? Yes, a classic, you know. Bro is quite the coward. Really does not like spooky ghosts. Really hates them. It's true, we missed Bijante. We maybe didn't miss his opinions on food. Those are a crime. But other things. Definitely. Things were getting kind of chummy around here. Right. We need a little, you know, pointless bickering. What gathering could possibly be complete without that, you know? Okay. Hey, would you look at that? They had a wonderful nimble helmet. -4 maximum fatigue with 148 durability. That is a very, very nice nimble hat. The rugged clan helmet is a welcome addition to the team. You love to see it. Who to give it to? Maybe our boy Uncle Freddie Mac. Giving it to our squire feels like the right thing to do. It is going to be the bro that's subject to potentially the most danger, so we'll give him the most protection. Yeah, -1 Saleh required, exactly. Too many swaggy named weapons this run? Yes. We've had many. All right, Blackbeard, 4305. What to take for this final perk? Could grab Quick Hands to make use of a 4 AP weapon, like a Rondell or something like that. I don't hate that. Blackbeard finally got a Blackbeard, thanks Clergy. Yes, actually I think I did it right after you mentioned it a couple streams ago. You're correct. Blackbeard without a Blackbeard did seem a little weird. So yeah, I could also grab like Berserk or Killing Frenzy. Quick Hands is kind of nice, though, just generally. Also lets us, you know, throw some consumables on this boy for situations that call for it. Sure. I think I like it. And I don't think there's really anything for us in Schmelzheim that we're all that interested in. I mean, maybe could look for some tools. Speaking of tools, still a little bit away from the blacksmith. Big old mountain range. Okay. Any reason to go to Grunenbach? Do we have anything to craft at the taxidermy shop? I can make the... I can make a couple fur cloaks. Sure. Rizlord Grog 420. XXX Rage Master 420XX. Yes. I miss the days of those usernames. It's like a forgotten era, you know? Kids these days, they don't know all about, you know, Sephiroth, Go Tanks 420 Blaze It, MLG, No Scope, etc., etc. Oh, cool! I just got a toy for a boy. All right, they've got unhold attacks, huh? Oh, but the contract that's here has nothing to do with that. That's disappointing. Okay, so I could get. Now that you're an old fart, those nicknames sound so weird. Yeah. Yes. Right. It's part of why you kept the name since 2007. Gotta stay loyal. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. You remember to this day the time Philly Killa 420 sent you an Xbox message telling you you had AIDS. It was a different era. It was a different era. Okay, so I can grab AFP, perhaps, if I wanted, I suppose, maybe, I guess. And then an unhold fur cloak. We can toss an unhold fur cloak on something. Could throw it on one of these leather lamellars. Seems pretty alright to me. We'll go ahead and do that. Might just give this to our banner right now. How did you ever call your character back in the day? XXX Titan XXX? I think my favorite part about names back then were all the character substitutions. You really don't see that very often now. You know, 4s for A's, you know, a 1 and I don't know, whatever. It's just, I miss it. I miss it. A 1 for an L, a 0 for an O. It was a different time. You had a weird revelation. Oh my. You work with Zoomers, they do that shit in conversation. Yeah. Yeah. When someone told me no cap, like, out loud, when I asked them if they'd help me with something, I was like, I'm sorry, what? What? No. Please don't talk like that. All right, so I guess we'll go west. There is gonna be, I think there's one city we've never seen. So this is the only road we haven't gone down, so. Did we find a new location? Not yet. Not yet. We're hopeful. I would maybe attack that caravan, except I don't want to go to hostile to whatever city might be here. Any reason for me to go to these cities? Not really. Yeah, really no reason to go. You try to play Dragon Age Origins? Yeah, there are games that I've gone back to replay that I've had similar experiences with, where it's like, I was like, wow, wait a minute, this game's weirdly hard. Like some old Nintendo games. Hello, Behemoth 6987. I went and replayed through, there was an old Nintendo game called Bubble Bobble. You're just a cute little tiny dragon, and you jump on bubbles. It's very cute. And I beat that game as a kid with the true ending. I replayed it like, I mean, this is several years ago now, but I remember thinking, damn, this is hard. Like, the game's really hard. So do you need to check out Ryu's channel on YouTube? He goes through a lot of those old Nintendo games. I think I know which channel you're talking about. I think I've watched some. Let me see.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Yes. Yep. Yeah, I've watched some of his videos. They're good. They're good. He just did one on Bubble 3 months ago. Oh, no kidding. Okay. Oh, 100 levels? Yeah, well, the game is sneaky because there's like, if you go through and beat the game normally without finding this like really obscure special power-up thing, it just says like bad end. And your little dinosaur girlfriends die. I don't know that it's ever really explained all that well, but there's like a secret way. And then there are levels that they have like weird alphanumeric characters in their level names, and yeah, it's weird. Still a better ending than Mass Effect 3. I've heard about all the controversy around that. Never actually played those games. Still involves dinosaur girlfriends dying? Well, one of those classic tropes, you know? You're traumatized by how bad the ending was? Oh no. Don't get me started on Project Triangle Strategy. I've complained about that one before. I'll do it again. Never hated a game more. Never been so angry to complete a video game. You were angry playing? Kind of. At least some of the time. Yes, I was. But what if we had a War of the Lions remake on the horizon? Oh man. Classic Final Fantasy Tactics though. That's where it's at. That's some good stuff. Triangle Strategy, wasn't that the FF Tactics, that game, an HD 2D style of Octopath Traveler? That's the one. Only it was a terrible game. The execution was a big whiff. I hated it. Hated it. It bombed that hard? No, I think there are people out there who like that game. And so if you're one of those people, I'm sorry. I don't like, if you really like it, you're allowed to like it. Don't let some random internet person tell you what you can and cannot enjoy. But I hated it. People liked it. They're entitled to their opinions, even if they are wrong. And yes, I'm that bitter about it. Nothing says relaxation more than hate playing a game till completion. Oh yeah. What made it so bad? Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this rant? All right, let's start. The game starts out with everything being voice acted, even though it is like slow scrolling text. I like when games have good voice acting, but this is just a personal preference thing, and I understand that. But I can read a lot faster than I can listen to voice acting. So when it's just giving like prologue type information of characters interacting, I'd honestly rather read it. And the ability to skip ahead or turn off the voice acting, those options were bad, because if I recall correctly, if you turned off the voice acting, then like voice lines in all parts of the game were turned off, and it's like, no, I just don't want the like character development stuff when they're talking to each other. I just want to read that. Anyway, so that's a story complaint. Another story complaint is at one point in the game, you know, the game's premise is there's different pillars of rule, the triangle strategy, whatever. These three tenets, these three things that a good ruler must have, blah, blah, blah. And they're supposed to represent sort of different philosophical approaches to problems, ruling a kingdom, blah, blah, blah. You know, that kind of stuff. At one point and all your decisions like sway you towards one of these three. At one point in the game, there's a huge deal about your kingdom being under siege, but you can save it using the secret weapon. And it's like, oh, we can save it. We can save our kingdom. This sounds great. And all they do is say, the secret weapon. They have no discussions whatsoever by any of the characters of what the secret weapon even is or does. Just that you can use that and then save your kingdom from these tyrannical people attacking you. That's right. It gets saved by the square hole. No, so the secret weapon is to let them into your kingdom, and then it's just like scorched earth. You just light every single building on fire, and your townspeople are like running and screaming, and that's the secret weapon. I chose it because I thought that was the honorable choice, because I was going to do an honorable playthrough. I was going to do a playthrough of each one of the tenets, the primary pillars. But the fact that they take that agency away from you as a player really bothered me. Just explain what the fucking secret weapon is, and then I'll decide if I want to do it. So I didn't like that. Between every single encounter, there's little like story building and things like that where you're like in a town. And it's like a pixel clicking game where you scan your cursor across like you're going through a level in Doom, spamming spacebar at the edge of the map, looking for little treasures and power-ups. And I played on the hardest difficulty, so you kind of needed those to be able to progress well. And then the strategy was actually terrible. Most of the combats were just like kill all opposing enemies. And in those, there was a character named Gens, Gens, and he could lay traps, My strategy to beat every single combat was to take my units all as one big clump, run in circles, laying traps behind me on the top of like stairs and things like that with gens, like ladders and stairs that enemies had to climb. I would lay a trap. They would fall, you know, they'd spring the trap, they'd fall off of the roof of a building, and I would very slowly attrition the enemy squad to death every single combat. I didn't really use anyone else's abilities most missions. It was stupid. It was just stupid. I hated it. Worst game I've ever played. I really wanted to like the soundtrack because thematically it would be like something I would enjoy, but I didn't. All of the themes were pretty like uninspired, kind of tropey. So yeah. After Battle Brothers Overslow, should be doing a complete on-screen playthrough of Project Triangle on stream. There's no way in the world I could possibly do that. I'd sooner die. All right, so I'm gonna sell some stuff here, even though the sale price is terrible. I'm not gonna sell everything. We're gonna keep some of the expensive stuff, but I'll sell the inexpensive things just to free up inventory space. Ooh, actually, I want to keep these. Bundles of throwing axes. I'm keeping those because we may want them for the library. So bad music, bad narrative, bad gameplay. Yep. But again, if you watching this enjoyed that game, don't let me convince you that you didn't have a genuinely great experience, because you might have. What's the plan for today's stream? Find legendary locations, destroy legendary locations. That's the plan. We'll see how successfully it ends up being. Of the 14 runs you did, how often did you kill the Kraken? I think I only did it in exactly one, actually. All right, so we're gonna explore this whole area of the map. Looking for camps to bust. Again, I think that, so I do know that the two legendary locations are like one then the other. So I suspect that the spawn rules for that legendary location are not going to lead me like way off to the edge of the map. They're probably not that. So kind of just guessing, but yeah, we had good intentions in about 3 other runs, yeah. The one where we lost the goblin trinket, that one was sad. But in other ones, you know, the ability to do the Kraken, it just takes a lot of time because of the fetch quests involved. So that's the limiting factor most of the time. Yeah, Beast Hunters, it was sad. How does one lose the trinket? Yeah, how does one lose the trinket? You have to get real unlucky with the infamous corpse bug, where your own brother dies surrounded by the corpses of enemies and thus doesn't drop it. After beating Kraken, can others be fought? Yeah, so the Kraken is the limiting factor for one of the fights, the windmill. Hello, Rage Stakinski. No, just those two. But hoping to find some more here. Handgun versus zombies. So good. Look at you with that new shorthand. I know, right? Given the command an alias, like some sort of fancy boy. Yeah, Krakens will appear after the first one. Yeah. After you beat the first Kraken, others will just start appearing on the map. Which is very funny. Like, I don't know. We haven't done the library the last few runs either. Yeah. Yeah, the last few runs, I wanted to do it and we just haven't found it. If I recall correctly. How much minimum range attack would you say frontline gunner needs? I mean, I hate to give this non-answer again, but I really don't think of things in terms of minimum and maximum because you can, you know, compensate one stat for the other. However, I don't know. What does Searoy 7 have? Well, it's not actually 84 because he's confident. He's level 9. I don't know. I will struggle to put numbers on him. 85? Yeah, gladiators we just didn't have a book nerd. I was gonna do the fight anyway, just because I enjoy it. But we didn't find it, so I wasn't gonna go way out of my way to, you know, seek it on the edges of the desert. Three for one attack there. That was pretty cool. Sinknaza throwing 3 jabs, taking out 3 enemies. Anyone know which class is the highest starting range attack stat? Yes, it is the Hunter. I believe their range is like 52 to 59? Something like that. The ranged AI suddenly started to ignore your 55 range defense banner. Don't you feel like you've taken things too far, Bijante? Okay, all that remains is this necromancer and his cute little bodyguard. And now this guy, who just won't stay down. The build-up in this Undread track is so good. Yes. It's very good. Breakdown Epiphanies. They did a great job. I was disappointed, but, you know, obviously I don't know anything about the relations and contracts and whatever. Anyway, the new game, Menace, will not have Breakdown Epiphanies doing the music. So they're gonna have a different composer that they're working with. I don't think they've announced who it is though. So. All right, Sync Naza has gotten his last level. And another +2 in Resolve. Unbelievable. I'm honestly going to get gifted partially just for Resolve. Feels like such a weird thing to do, but I'm doing it. And somehow this bro ended up with comically high melee defense as well, which, hey, I'll take it. Mac Poopy Pants, our book nerd. Looking pretty good. Let's see. Last two perks might end up being Anticipation, Bags and Belts? Sure. We'll do bags last. Let them hold on to these for now. You're worried about the new Doom coming out considering how they left the last game with Gordon? Yeah. Another +1 in melee defense for Searoy 7. Well, he's ended up a slightly special build anyway. Okay, so we are going to grab Cleaver Mastery on this brother. We're going to end up with a weirdly inexpensive to swing cleaver situation going on. So, sure. Why not? Zero 7, how do you do, fellow frontliners? I know, right? He's like, why do you move out of the way when they attack you? I just accept it. All right, so here's the watermill. So that's good. That is one of the things that we wanted to find. They'll give us a signet ring. We are going to... oh no, never mind. They don't do that here. I'm an idiot. That's at the stone circle. Anyway, once we complete the stone circle, which I do plan on doing, we're just going to need to find some unholds and then some necrosavants, and then we'll be able to do the Kraken. Once we do the Kraken, we can come back here and fight the nerds at the watermill. Battle Brothers Karma gives Slurgy a ton of named cleavers. I know. Oh! Ooh! Okay, I revealed that earlier and just straight up didn't see it. Abandoned Village. I'm gonna update the Legendaries command from new location 1 to Abandoned Village. So if you yourself, as a viewer, would like to experience this for the first time yourself without knowing anything, you should leave and then come back. Yep, you found it? Yeah. This is definitely it. Don't spoil it. Don't joke about that either. Okay. I have literally no idea what to expect. Absolutely no idea. I don't know anything about the fight. I don't know anything about really much anything. I don't know what to do to prepare. I don't think there's anything since I don't know anything. My understanding is this is not necessarily supposed to be a terribly difficult fight, so hopefully it'll be fine. I think the second location is supposed to be a lot harder though. But, all right. Ping on the Discord when done. Yeah, could somebody do that? Just because I might forget. So why not save it? Why would I save it? Okay. A recently destroyed village with no bodies. Thank you, Manifest Destiny's Child. Only a breeze swirls through, kicking up ash and hissing it through the ruins. But there survives one element, an enormous stone statue masterfully sculpted in the image of a man. Or at least you think it's a man. Its face has been removed with the sort of accuracy that suggests careful intention and not mere vandalism. So they took a Sharpie and they drew a penis on his forehead. Suddenly, mud-squelching footsteps approach from all corners. Bulbous silhouettes limp into the light. Slouching hunchbacks formed of most dishonest stitching, torsos haphazardly sewn together with organs vaguely gated behind strands of flesh, additional arms attached with hands wiggling wildly from all sides, and atop the puttied horrors grown multiple heads like some fleshen totem that knows itself. This is quite a run-on sentence. The maws slackened open and gargling at the realized horrors, eyes aplenty and eyes agog, staring at you and the ground, and at each other. Wow. Your men gasp and arm themselves. The monsters growl and start picking up tools and weapons off the ground. One monster reaches down and picks up 2 cleavers. It trundles forward, and faces smeared across its skin turn their misshapen gazes upon you. And their mouths open and yell, their shrieks sucking in and out from one mouth to the next. Air howling through their internal chambers as the faces took turns breathing so that another may scream. You've still a chance to run. It is unlikely these things can keep pace with any man. But what would you be leaving behind, aside from your dignity and pride? Well, dignity and pride? Joke's on them. I don't have any. But we'll fight anyway. Okay. So this is a weird map in that I can already tell there's an even amount from to our left and to our right. It's playing the undead tracks. I guess I'll just wait. Caca? I know, right? A caca would be great here. So I guess I'll just wait. Okay. Coming from all directions. All right, let's zoom in on what the hell we're looking at. Flesh golem. Yeah, I knew that they had the word golem in their name, by the way, because when I did the battle brawl, Ifrits are called sand golems, and when I typed golem, I saw flesh golem, and I was like, okay, that's new. So there are 14 enemies. 3, 4, 5, okay. I suppose there's 3 more to unveil. What's the name of this location? Yeah, I think this is the legendary, and it is called Abandoned Village. I actually already updated the command with it when we found it. Abandoned Village. Sloji, are we allowed to talk about new Anonymous content? I'm assuming there's a potion associated with them. Hold off on it for now. Okay, those 3 were a different initiative than the previous ones. So there's going to be 3, so let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Presumably 11 enemies at one initiative level, and then 3 at another. I didn't see how far they moved though. I don't know if they have like 9 AP like a human, or if they have more or less. So Yeah, and yeah, they've got 2 weapons each. This has like a bonk and a flail, bonk and a flail. They're lower tier weapons, but of course they are using 2 of them. I suppose I'll just curl up into a ball. And we'll put Slurgy like here. Uncle Freddy Mac here. And then we'll fall in line behind him. We'll have to see how much damage pokey weapons do to them. Oh. Fault Finder. Okay. They look like Chernobyl brigands. Yeah, they kind of look like skin tags. Yeah. Yeah, they look like... Huh. Okay, I guess I'll just wait. They are charging forward. Yeah, it looks like they've got the same AP as us, 9. I suppose I'll just try to attack this one and see how it goes. We were lied to, no double cleaver, bro. That's true, it did say that. Oh my god. Put that hat back on. Okay, so let's see. The face wrap hit for 91 damage and destroyed. Head hit for 22 damage. So if that's 22 damage, it looks like it's got what? It's kind of hard to tell. Right, that's maybe less than 10% of the way across. Another head hit, also hit for 22 damage. Okay, so we know that they don't have like the same protection that skeletons do, right? We did about the same amount of damage with these 2 weapons, which implies they don't have that kind of damage resistance. Good to know. I'm gonna hold on Behemoth for the moment. Let's throw some jabs. I've only hit their heads. Literally, I've only hit them in the head. We can also make the determination. So if we hit them in the head and we do 40 damage, we know they do not have, or do have, Steel Brow, right? So we attacked 4 tiles away. Did 38 and then 40 damage, so they must have Steel Brow. Okay. Good to know. Can you only hit them in the head? Oh no, I hit one of them in the robes. Is this just weird coincidence? So do I continue to hold off these flesh golems? I guess. What do we think this guy does? I wonder if he has an ability like a necromancer or something. Looks like the head is part of the body, so maybe they just have one location. Yeah, I would have thought so, except I did hit one of them in the burlap robes. Okay. So it did a lot of damage there. I wonder if I need to get to that fault finder. They're so ugly, they're cute. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, okay, 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 they're snakes. They're snakes! They're snakes! The spear walls, they're useless. Alright, okay, 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 okay. Alright. I see. So there's another fault finder. 3 of them. So fleshy tentacles appear. Fault finders did this. So the units okay, so it looks like they don't buff the flesh golems, they pull fleshy tentacles and drag units, which then stagger them. Okay. I assume stagger is just like normal stagger. Huh. Okay. Okay, we killed one. Cool. Okay, uses bash. So it only attacks with one of its weapons? Kind of false advertising. They do bleed. So, since our bleed should inflict bleeding for 2 turns, we're gonna check this to see if it lasts, assuming we don't kill it. Because we're gonna work out whether they have resilient or not. Okay, so I guess Uncle Freddy Mac spear walling is pointless. We are for sure on that. So, I don't know, do I run to the fault finder to kill it? Maybe that's the right thing to do. You bet they have crippling strikes? Oh, definitely. All enemies have crippling strikes. That was pretty effective. What are we supposed these ones do that don't have weapons? Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, back up, 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 back up. Okay. So... Alright, so... First thing that happened, fleshy tentacles... Okay. Pulled this guy in. Fleshy tentacles appear and drag in Mag Poo Poo Pin. Actually, you know what I should do? We'll go to 1.0 speed. Alright, so fleshy tentacles appear and drag him in. Staggered him for 2 turns. And Fault Finder caused a corpse to explode. So it did 27 damage to his body, but only the armor. Nothing got through. But it also hit these. So he blew up he basically did a corpse explode. And it looks like miasma? Or is that just a visual effect? So yeah, then they cause the other corpse. So they do a corpse explode and it blows up all the hexes adjacent. Okay. Flesh Golem uses smack. Okay, so This guy attacked... Disarmed. Okay, hold up. He's gonna use his grapple and his... Okay. Disarm. Okay. So we did grapple, smack, smack. Okay, and the smack did kind of a little bit of damage. It looks like miasma. Yeah, it looks like miasma. Oh, okay, miasma lingers here. Yeah, so I think it just is miasma. So I could send Ragged Edge AD2 over here to just kill this guy. Guess I just will. So probably getting to the fault finders and killing them is important. So Slurgy will go to this one. Probably? Why is that scary? I'm assuming that's fine. Alright, and this guy actually is the perfect one to have lingering in the miasma, and we don't care, because he's got Armor the Aegirok. So we'll just leave him right there. Just now we'll just shield wall. Searoy 7, I suppose I'll move out of the way of this corpse. Okay. Okay. Alright, so it looks like, just like necromancers, as soon as you're in melee range with one of the fault finders, they can't use any other abilities. So tentacles, it looks like they're using that ability to pull you in to do the corpse explodes and things like that later? Where did the big name Swordlands come from? An enemy camp. Alright, it looks like their accuracy isn't incredibly great though. And it looks like they do not have Backstabber. So the way I was able to determine that is these Flesh Golem, so this one attacked 3 times with a chance of 19. So given that we've got 36 melee defense, you know, 36 plus 19, looks like they've got 55 melee skill. Which isn't that high, honestly. And then they must not have Backstabber, because it only went from 19 to 24 when he was surrounded by an additional enemy. This seems like it would be much more dangerous in the early game. Yeah. Ace 30, how's it going? Or what is this? Brave of you to take on the new legendary location in your Winstreak run? Yeah, I mean, it's the right thing to do. If not now, then when? Okay, they'll avoid going into a tank, and it looks like, well, I don't know. We'll see if the spear wall ends up having any purpose. It might not. Let's see. So close to killing him. And he has resolve. Okay. So now this kind of begs the question of, I feel like, unless there's going to be a surprise, which some fights there are, for example, the watermill. Can we dagger one down? Can we loot this armor, or is it like unobtainable? Don't answer the question, this is a hypothetical. But I want to find out the answer to that. There's two different types of enemy here. Let's try to get one of each. You can only loot the skin and wear the hat? Is that a euphemism? Okay, so they're blowing up corpses. So they hit Dark Paladin's armor. The other corpse that exploded did nothing? Maybe it hit Behemoth's bone plating. I'm guessing it must have. Okay. It's a Buffalo Bill reference from Silence of the Lambs. You just have to make sure you tuck it in when you do the dance. Okay, so they will get hit when they try to move into a spear wall. We're gonna try to dagger one down. Inquiring minds wish to know. I don't have that many daggers. So let's have Sink Naza run up to that one. We'll have Blackbeard run to this one. And they start on cute little pedestals, it looks like. Must just be natural terrain feature. And Behemoth, I guess I'll have run up here. Or maybe he should help? Maybe he doesn't need help. I don't know. Okay, the Fault Finder dies just like a normal enemy. So we're gonna dagger down this one and this one. These two have different looking hats. We'll just kill this one normal. Oh, I guess he damaged his own ally's armor there, huh? Well. Yeah, we're just gonna dagger a bunch of them down. We're gonna see, this could be a complete waste of time. So let's have Seroy 7 run up and kill that one, I guess. We'll send Sink Naza with them. They don't have daggers. Alright, Blackbeard is in range of this guy. I guess he can dagger him down too. Does the armor even have enough durability? I don't know. It might not. Can any Fault Finder explode any corpse, or are they relegated to just exploding their own pod? That's a great question. I could go back and pick up a knife. We're gonna do that. Okay. How long does this miasma linger? It's a really long time. That's it, Slurge. You have to sacrifice a bro to find out if they can explode it too. Is this easier than Icy Cave? You expected more surprises? I don't know. It's a good question. For 55 melee skill, they sure are hitting me a lot. Oh, that guy's way up on a ledge. He's got his own little platform. Okay. Oh. Okay. Oh, okay. All right, so we did learn one thing. They can explode the corpse of... okay. Well, it's good to know. He exploded the corpse of his fellow whatever. I may not be able to dagger them down to find out about their armors. We'll see. Oh, especially now. Okay. That's kind of a problem, huh? Whose turn is it? Oh, okay. Okay, so we daggered that guy down. Green Killer kind of needs help. Do I try to move out of zone of control? How many attacks of opportunity do they get me? Let's see. Let's kill this one the old-fashioned way, I guess. Okay, so we pulled that guy directly onto the corpse. Interesting. Okay, he's still got 9 to proc. It'd be funny if you lost a bro trying to dagger him down. Well, we might, actually, is kind of what's going on here. Damn, I'm missing a lot of high percentage punctures here, because I thought that'd be maybe the fastest way of finishing him off. So he's gonna proc 9, so let's... Oh no, right, not yet. He'll proc 9 on his next turn. Will we be able to kill in time? We'll find out. Okay, there's the 9 proc. Really? God, that's not enough. All right, take off his head, buddy. Okay. That was the fight. Interesting. So, pretty normal-ish enemies. Okay, so we got occult robes. That was the thing we were able to loot. It's possible that one of them still had headgear that we weren't able to loot. 75 durability, -7 max fatigue. How does that compare to the linothorax? I'm curious. That would be the kind of best 7 fatigue. It's got same. It's the exact same as a linothorax. Okay. Okay. And then we got marble busts, which look like are just for selling. All right, that was kind of nothing there. Oh. Okay. You stand over one of the things you just fought. Jisnam, forged tank, curls a blade underneath the goop and holds it up. A great mop of flesh elongates in stitched segments, arms spindling out. Like it. Spindling out like it? Like if? I think it's supposed to be if. If they were the branches of a tree. Fat chunks sliding down the appendages like sap. The rest are incongruencies left and right. Here a foot hanging from a torso like a door handle. There a face spreading apart as if melting into a river of sinews and ligaments. When your sellsword lets it slide off his blade, the flesh bag slops onto the ground, the bones rattling like a collapsing rope ladder. Green Killer walks up with a quiver of arrows and a small book. Got this quiver of interesting arrows. Looks like some sort of reservoir in the bottom of it is for dipping the arrowheads. The old gods know what that material is. I also found this here book tethered to one of their heads. Seems important. Opening the book, you find lists of villages with lines crossing them out one by one, and beside each is a simple number: 50, 60, 70. At the back of the book, you find a map to another location, what appears to be some sort of estate. You gain Bloodletter's Reach. Hurry it up. It moved. Whoa. It moved the map. Oh, okay, so it just reveals the other location. The Artifact Reliquary. A collapsed ruin from days long past. The occasional flicker of torchlight betrays the presence of current inhabitants, as do the strange sounds emanating from deep within. Okay, and let's check out this quiver we got. This strange quiver holds mundane arrows and is meant to be used with bows of all kinds. At the bottom is some sort of mechanism that releases a strange material from a hidden reservoir, coating the arrowheads and causing them to inflict particularly grievous serrations. Investigation reveals no obvious explanation to the coating's source or a way to extract it without disassembling the quiver entirely. Is automatically refilled after each battle if you have enough ammunition. Interesting. You wish they hadn't shown you the location, makes it a bit more like the Kraken location. I mean, they made sense narratively, right? There was a map. Inflicts an additional stacking 10 bleeding damage per turn for 2 turns. You kind of doubt you can get the armor from the golems. I bet they're like goblins and orcs. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think we know confidently that you can't. Based on what I daggered down. Boy, was that daggering pointless. And kind of risky. We actually genuinely almost lost, where is it? Where is his health? Green Killer? Yeah. Whoops. Huh. Inflicts an additional stacking 10 bleeding per turn for 2 turns. That's not bad, right? Especially for attacking, like approaching berserkers, or, you know, a lot of times an arrow won't finish off a goblin, but if the bleed does afterwards, that's actually pretty good. Hello, Jensen 1. The robe is quite underwhelming. Wish it was best in slot in some fashion. Yeah, I think it's probably for the best that it isn't, but a reasonable thing. Let's see how it looks. It looks pretty cool. The bleed might even ignore armor. I guess we'd have to try it. Most things that inflict bleed if not stopped by armor. This one doesn't say. Interesting, you might be right. Inflicts additionals. Well, this one doesn't, I don't know. Huh. You're new to this game? Is most of the risk early game? Most of it's early game. In your opinion, the quiver makes bows better, but you think bows still suck? Yeah, I mean, I think my first initial take, without even trying this thing, is that it probably makes it nice to have one bow on your squad, but there's still no reason probably to need to take bow mastery. You just have a bow on your thrower, and this makes that actually quite a bit better. So I don't know. I feel like it's kind of cool. Interesting. So now I know where the other legendary location is too. And it is called the Artifact Reliquary. Okay. Already added? Oh shoot. Okay. Thank you, the Chowser. Huh. I don't know when to do it. Not right now, obviously. The team is like hurt and stuff. Probably should at least be level 11 on everyone. Let's hope it's not Monolith difficulty. I've heard it's difficult, but don't tell me anymore. Sea Breeze, thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. Heal up and do it? No, we're at least gonna get to a higher level. I mean, I'm not just gonna do it just to do it. We're gonna wait till level 11. I think that would be safest. Probably. I guess then I have to wait a little bit longer, but we're gonna work on some of the other legendary locations, at least in the moment. Today we do it? Probably not today. I don't know. Oh yeah, I'm gonna change the game speed up to 1.5. Thank you, the Chowser, for updating the command. The crowd demands entertainment. I know. But I'm making this a tantric Battle Brothers experience. Dread Spider, hello. Wow, I hate that, thank you. Good. Good. Mission accomplished. Are you not entertained? Okay, and there was a sneaky Briggy who was gonna run around these trees. Someone's going for the hurt bro, yeah. Saw that. Sneaky little Briggies. Sneaky little Briggy with a falchion. That famed spear hits hard? Sure does. Slurgy's oversized spear always delivers. We don't even have a bow to try out that quiver, by the way. So like... If you need more information or confirmation on the first location, ask away and you shall answer. I think I got all the information I needed, thank you though. If it gets a named warbow, we'll know it's rigged. Named warbow, here we come. You bet you the legendary item is some sort of cool bow. Oh yeah, it was a quiver, actually. I don't want to keep that guy's helmet. And we got it. Actually, why do I care about that helmet? I don't, now that I think about it. We don't need that helmet at all. We actually have an abundance of helmets. Could maybe replace this two-handed spiked mace with a greatsword? Because yeah, again, I could still do greatsword backstabber for Dark Paladin as like an accuracy route to help him hit things. He may not need backstabber. We could do a different weapon plus backstabber too, potentially. And we'll see what the last two levels bring us. Gee, look at this named warbow with minus fat and plus damage and plus armor. Just a casual 3 rolls, right? Why greatsword when flails exist? Yeah, we could do flail too. That was the other option, was flail plus headhunter. I tend to value those higher. They'll be better in Monolith for sure anyway. Or just give him fast adaptation. Yeah, I don't like fast adaptation as much on 6 AP weapons, just generally. And I feel like a brother like a fatigue neutral, often I'm gonna get better value out of backstabber because they're always fighting in formation. And their melee skill isn't that low that I expect them to miss too often. So I think in those cases, I'm kind of low on fast adaptation in those circumstances. We should at least put this quiver on someone. Bow fatigue neutral for infinite bleed stacks. Oh man. Maybe they can make the undead bleed. Little blood just like seeps out of their bones. The bleed actually is probably pretty good against necro savants. Potentially. I guess. So what's the goal now? The goal is going to be acquire more power, get more named items. We're going to be looking for the library in the relatively near future. We're going to be looking to fight more goblin camps so that we can do Goblin City. And we are going to try to find some unholds to fight so that we can complete the first part of the fetch quest to fight the Kraken. Gonna vendor those heads in the inventory? I guess it kind of just implies the only thing you can do with them is sell them. So probably? Yeah, thanks for respecting my request, Lucid Tabi. I just wanted to experience this blind for the first time. That's my preferred way to discover this stuff. I think that is partially, you know, we were talking earlier about gamer tags and things like that. I think that is partially a generational thing. You know, back in my day, when I was playing games as a kid, you know, the great reveal in any sort of story arc or new content or boss mechanic or whatever was a genuine surprise, right? Even when we entered like the PlayStation era, right? When Seymour comes back to fight you again, it's like, seriously? Again? All right. And I don't know. I kind of like to just not know. Wait a minute, how old are you now, Slurgy? Well, you'll just have to guess. You're the exact opposite. If you ever stream, you demand spoilers. You want to know Snape kills Dumbledore just as soon as you possibly can? Back in your day, you lived on GameFAQs because you hated not knowing how many times you had to fight Seymour? I mean, I still went to GameFAQs, and I would go to GameFAQs for like the detailed mechanical information after I'd experienced things for the first time. You were born in the mid-90s is your guess? Please. You're not even close. You have the wrong number. '80s? Thought you were younger? Nah, '80s. One of the babies of the '80s. The avocado toast generation. Yeah, there was a genuine advantage to not being able to look shit up. You've got to be late 80s? I don't know, mid 80s was a pretty good guess. Where do you think this hair went? Do you remember when people would just straight up lie about shit and you'd have to take their word for it? Oh yeah. Someone would be like, I already have the sequel to this game and I'm playing it on my new, you know, PlayStation 9 which came out, you'd be like, what? But I only have a PlayStation. They made a second one? You're like, yeah. Yeah, the new Sonic Adventure game for the new Xbox XX Series 360X. But that's okay, because my dad works for the CIA, so I have one. Or something like that, right? I don't know. Kids are dumb. So yeah, I guess now that we've done one legendary location in the new cycle, there is a certain where to now that I'll need to figure out. Yeah, my dad works at Xbox and he will ban you. That's exactly the kind of stuff. It's always my dad works at X. So funny. And yeah, it was usually Nintendo. That was like... That one was too easy though, right? You've got to think it must have been funny for the kid whose dad did work at Nintendo, you know? Though weirdly enough, I have discovered that even though we have like all the information we might ever need at our fingertips, there's a shocking like inability to just look shit up from like not quite like kids of the 90s, but people born in the 2000s. It's like they can't even look up very basic fact. It's very strange to me. Maybe it's because Google has been useless in their lifetime, or they're used to information coming to them via algorithm or something. But I have noticed that aspect of media literacy has gone way down and I don't understand it. Yeah, if it's not on their feed, then it doesn't exist. Which I do find strange. Like I would, if you would ask me if I thought that that's where technological literacy would go, I'd have laughed at you and been like, no. Real boomers hours in the stream? Indeed. It's boomer time. Get off my lawn or whatever. Having asked an AI large language model to answer their questions, bonus points if they manage to answer the question themselves while they work around how to construct the question into a recognizable prompt. Truthfully, I don't even see him doing that though. Like, because that can sometimes get you an answer. It might be right. It might not be. I have found some useful ways of using large language models though. A big one for me has been planning trips or vacations. You know, things that people write about often, but there is not a correct answer. You know, if you're kind of using a large language model as a tool to kind of gain ideas, it can be pretty useful, actually. That's what I've found. So if correctness is what you're looking for, they're terrible. But if ideas are what you're looking for, they can actually be pretty useful tools. Basically a task where it has to parse the entire internet for info that's really scattered. Yeah, yeah. Trip itineraries are great. You tell them exactly how many days and ask for hotel suggestion sites, etc. It can string together a whole 2-week unique Europe trip super well. Exactly. That is exactly the type of scenario I'm talking about. Where you'll say like, okay, I want to go to the southern coast of France and Italy. Here's some general dates, you know. And if you don't like what it gives you back for answers, it's pretty good at being like, okay, but include more hiking, or make it more budget conscious, etc., etc. And it's generally pretty good for those kinds of things. I've used it to help rework friends' cover letters or things like that. That kind of flowery language that, you know, maybe they just don't do business speak well, and they need a little help in that regard. It can be pretty good for that. It did a good job recommending you TV shows the other day too. You feel like a lot of TV is trash, but you named some shows you liked and it watched one of the recs and it was good. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like that makes sense as well. So, yeah, I don't know. I feel like I don't want to find myself as the kind of person that rejects technology just because I'm not familiar with it or because I'm used to doing things a different way. But I do think it is good to look at new technological advances with a critical eye and be like, does this actually help us solve problems or do things better? And I think as long as you can try to detach yourself from your past habits or emotions and make those critical judgments, I don't know, it helps. Sergio, you're gonna have to update and add stuff to your point store and name your channel points to anything other than channel points. Oh boy. Yeah, I mean, I guess. I don't know. The funny thing is, you know, I do these battle brawls where one of the fun things that we do, of course, is bet the channel points, but the channel points are, it's like, whose line is it anyway? Like, they're useless. They do nothing. But you can collect a lot of them. I think in the last Battle Brawl, the Chaucer got a comically high amount by just fully betting all points on his team every time, and they won, so. You used it on your Iceland trip, huge help, found location routes and some actual hidden gems, and it was helpful to make changes on the fly. Yeah, it's like I said, it's useful for some of those disseminating disparate pieces of information that are written about in different contexts. It's pretty good at that. It was only 162k. You lost 225k on the first Battle Brawl. I mean, that sounds like a lot, but I don't know how fast they accumulate. You're bad at memorizing meta builds for battle bros. GPT writes the whole build with perks, weapons, primary stats. All you gotta do is describe the initial bro a little bit. Yeah, but I suspect, but again, in that case, there's kind of a correct answer, and I bet it screws it up real bad. That'd be my guess. All right, so we got our final perk here on Thomas the Train. Now on this brother, I might take a perk that I rarely do on a fatigue neutral. but I think it actually might be appropriate in this case. And that perk is reach advantage. We want these brothers to be monsters defensively. And so, even though he'll only be hitting one enemy per turn, bringing our melee defense up another 5 because we can so reliably hit with these 91 melee skill, I actually think is worth putting the point in. It's relatively low value, but everything we could grab here is low value. Fearsome is okay, but Fearsome with just one single proc is a little bit meh, right? I think I've kind of pulled back on Fearsome a tiny bit, where I like Fearsome with a two-handed axe fatigue neutral because you get 2 procs of it. And I like Fearsome on any unit that's hitting multiple enemies, like, you know, a handgun or things like that. But on a mace, I don't know. I don't think it's as strong. So I think I am actually going to take this oft unpicked perk that I think makes sense in this context of reach advantage. So this is a whose brother is it anyway, where everything is made up and the channel points don't matter. Like the Navy of Switzerland, it doesn't matter. Exactly. A quiet lurker. Exactly. Exactly. Didn't they just nerf Fearsome? I mean, barely. Barely. Look at what you just posted in the Discord. Yeah, I've had situations like that where goblins fully block off their entrance. Yeah. It's rough. It's rough. Okay, so let's go to some of these cities. We've got tons of money. Let's go see if we can, at the very least, resupply. We can sell stuff. And maybe we have enough money to actually like buy something, like a weapon or armor. And then after visiting those, we will explore the wilderness again. We're going to be looking for the last 2 goblin camps so that we can complete this ambition and then maybe do Goblin City. Oh, see, that's why we don't like having 2 extra warhounds. Actually, I probably shouldn't have done separate them because I think you can lose a finger. Probably should be more careful. All right, we can get a Warhammer for, hey, and a Saleh. Hell yeah. Always gonna buy Salehs when we see them. And then we're gonna get this Warhammer. So the Warhammer is gonna be for Uncle Freddie Mac. I wonder, they're not selling a fighting spear, are they? They're not. Okay, well, that's okay. And then, yeah, we got this other Saleh, which we can put on somebody as well. And so we're gonna put that on one of our Saleh-less Nimble Brothers. Which Nimble Brother should have it? Maybe our book nerd. We wanna make sure, like absolutely sure, that he never dies. Okay, so I'm gonna put a backup spear here on Uncle Freddie Mac, and then for this Rondell dagger, I think I actually might put that on Blackbeard because he's gonna be able to make better use of it, since he does have quick hands and a 5 AP weapon with his mastery. Let's see what this contract is. Destroy Blackbeard. Nah, that's okay. Okay, so there's another, yeah, Varderborg, where they've got an armor and weaponsmith. So sale price here is like not that great. So what I might do is just sell some of the stuff. I'll set that arbitrary limit of anything over 100 we'll just keep to sell somewhere else. I think that works well enough for me. Can't the converted bro read it too? I think he can. Pretty sure he can. I'm not 100% certain on that. But in any case, we don't want to lose our banner. Okay, the marble bust sells for a decent amount, so that's nice, at least. We're gonna see if we can get a slightly better sale price at the other city. You have an aphantasic question. If you read descriptions of music, are you able to imagine it in your head? If I read descriptions of music... I guess I would not audiate a description, but if you said, okay, a 12-bar blues with whatever, if you described something that I can audiate, then yeah, I will. Or if you described, like, if you just said a certain chord progression and it was one that I was like familiar with playing on my instrument, then I would hear it in my head. Sounds like tinkling bells. Oh yeah, I can hear that. I'm probably choosing a sound that I have heard. Like I'm probably playing, you can think of it like playing captured audio of something that I've heard before, is probably what's happening. Marble bust, spoiler alert. Oh, sorry, Bandera one. Yeah. All right, many reavers. Good. We want to get some heavy throwing axes, and this will be a great opportunity to get them. Potentially. You should get rid of the evidence. Well, I'm looking to sell them. I think they're just an item you're supposed to sell. Or you can sell? I don't know what the right phrasing is. All right, they don't really have throwing weapons. Is the bus just for selling? I guess. Making your way downtown, walking fast, faces pass. Yeah. Classic tune. All right, so we're gonna put Just Nom here, and then I'm gonna back these guys up. I think is how I'm gonna do it. I guess we'll find out when we go to sell them. Oh, I suppose, that's right, the game will tell you, like, look out, are you sure you want to sell this item? You can't get it back. It's a new prompt. It's a good thing that it's there. Some of us have done things like sell the black book before. Boy, that'd be embarrassing. And you'd feel bad if you did that. Two free perk points, screw the shield. Oh, for the library? That's probably what we'll do here. Huh. That unhold just like walked into the spear wall. I suppose since he didn't have like a way to charge? Huh, interesting. Okay. There is this one Reaver here who does have some of those good thrown weapons. This company does not take any BS from barbs. Absolutely not. Absolutely none. By the way, you're having nasty storms again. Well, I hope that they subside. These armored unholds. Pretty strong unit. Turns out. Run them down. Obviously we need these crafting materials. And we got a giant skull and bones. You love to see it. We love crafting the bone plating attachment. And we did get a bundle of heavy jabs. We don't have like a great use for that. The squad is really light on throwers, which is a bit of a shame, but you know, is what it is. In any case, we actually, I guess, are like full up on throwing weapons. We are going to be able to make use of the heavy throwing axes though for fighting Ancient Dead, so we're still going to be on the lookout for those. Ooh, all right, the greenskins are attacking. We've got the greenskin invasion. Well, well, well. I don't think we've seen that noble, or excuse me, that particular, oh, okay, I'm glad we stepped on that mountain. I don't think we've seen that crisis in a little while. Seems like most of the recent ones have all been, I swear I've seen Holy War like a lot. Anything that's not undead is great. Yeah, the undead crisis is a pain, for sure. Okay, a two-handed axe. So it's a reach weapon, it's a reach axe. It's not that good, right? So if we look at it compared to a regular long axe, the only real improvement, I mean, it does more shield damage. That's, I guess, relevant for Shrats, but that's really it. And then effectiveness against armor. It's not that good. We actually don't, do we not have anyone with axe mastery? This is crazy. Have I had a single campaign where nobody took axe mastery? I don't think so. This might be the first one. Worst axe you've seen in a long time? Yeah, it's not good. We're not even gonna use our money on it. There is a fighting spear, we might buy that. Probably will. We're gonna pay for training on the two bros that are lower level, just to let them catch up a little bit. And otherwise, I suppose we'll sell stuff here. Is there anyone to equip that dog? Guess we can leave behind the unarmored one. And yeah, sale price here is better. It's okay, you'll lose a couple guys to the Kraken or something silly, and then you can get some last minute axe guys. Anything is possible. It let me sell the marble busts. So, I guess that's an answer to our question. Let's see, do I want to do training on Dark Paladin as well? I'm not gonna bother on the bros that are level 10. Sure. Okay, so we're fully supplied. Where to now? So I want to fight unholds, because I want the unhold hides, and I want to fight goblins to complete the ambition. and to unlock Goblin City. So I think I'll just head straight east. We'll walk through this area of fog. We'll walk through this area of fog. And yeah, that'll be the plan. Marbleheads, you must have missed something new. Yes, we found the first legendary location. So. How have you ended up building the Chad Hedge Knight? That Chad Hedge Knight ended up being a cleaver boy. So, absolute monstrous pile of stats to just cleave through our foes. So far, so good. Very close to our last retinue slot. He's beautiful, he's beautiful. And with that last retinue slot, I'm thinking we'll probably get the blacksmith. I want to try it out. See how it feels to repair stuff faster for lower tools cost. I don't like cleavers. Look at this awesome cleaver. Yeah, I mean, oh, hey. Might go back and do that camp. Yeah, the weapon class is one that I tend not to get as excited about. But they're a lot better when you get a named variant. And I don't know. It's just, you work with what the game gives you. And it seems intent on giving me exactly one thing. This one weird trick, you know? What's your lowest level bro right now? I think it's just Nom at level 7. In fact, it's definitely him. Hey Slurge, do you like to start using a dedicated spear bro in your playthrough? Haven't watched all your YouTube videos yet. But is there a part in any of those videos exploring important stats / perks for a spear bro? Definitely. As for where to find that, it's a good question. Honestly, the beautiful part about it is that the only necessary perks are just spear mastery. Nothing else is necessary. And I would say the one part of your statement that I think we could maybe correct is you say you want a dedicated spear bro. In my experience, one dedicated spear bro is far less useful than 2. Because when you have only one, the enemies will just walk around. But if you have 2, then you can create kind of like little mini combat zones between them, and you can control the battlefield a lot better. The stats you're looking for are melee skill, that being by far the most important. Your highest melee skill brother is not wasted on a spear bro. That is the best use for them. So make your highest melee skill brothers your spear bros. Fatigue is also a nice, important stat. Honestly, all the secondaries are kind of nice, but that's basically it. Sergio rating Arvius the other night felt weird. Dat Boy was right there. I mean, I've rated Dat Boy plenty of times, and it, like, I don't know. I just mix it up. Raid whoever is my philosophy. You asked ChatGPT to explain Slurgy's spear bro build. All right. Here's how it starts. I love how it's a little dramatic with this. This is good. Going into Slurgy's Spear Bro build. Nice choice. Slurgy, one of the best Battle Brothers players out there. Oh my goodness. Has a very specific high efficiency build style that focuses on control, survivability, and team synergy. His Spear Bro builds are not DPS oriented, but rather frontline control / support tanks, using spears for zone of control stuns and overwhelm stacking? Oh no! It started out kind of being good and then just spilled out nonsense. Stuns? Overwhelm stacking? It lost the plot. It started out so strong. Yeah, it was good for a bit. AI will take over. Okay, what perks do we get on this brother? I'm still gonna take gifted. I think it gives too much value to not take. So that's gonna be one of them. Maybe resolve. And core perks include brawny taunt rotation. Oh no. Yeah, he calls on the best player, Slurgy. Wow, it started so strong. Called out. Fair. I'm mostly referring to the part that focuses on control, survivability, and team synergy, but you know what? Yeah. Thank you for the explanation. You're on day 20 right now, so you've got more than enough room for a couple spear rows. Excellent, Diddy Donut. Good luck to you. Just know that there are some enemies you face where the spear bro will seem exceptional, and some enemies you face where it'll seem like it sucks. And that's just something you'll have to learn. That's true of any build, weapon, brother, things like that. So, last perk on this brother. I could just get Fearsome. I'm a little reluctant to take Fearsome on a cleaver bro because sometimes we still just attack into things and cause a Fearsome proc, but other times we attack into things using the Decapitate skill as a finishing move, and then you don't proc Fearsome because the enemy dies. Have you had the Hedge Knight fight yet? No Hedge Knight fight because the player character is exempt from it. And the player character being the other Hedge Knight of Slurgy means no fight. No underdog? We could do underdog. This bro shouldn't be surrounded very frequently, and if so, it should only be like one additional enemy. We're not going to position him where he's surrounded by 2 enemies at once unless we really screw up, so it's pretty low value. I don't think we need to even bother with the blue skip turn button, but we could. The two-handed cleaver is pretty demanding. That would really only be relevant in like maybe one fight. I guess I don't know what the new other fight is. Fort Mind? I don't hate Fort Mind. Fort Mind isn't bad. We are determined, so there's slightly less value in Fort Mind than normal. If we didn't have determined, I think Fort Mind would probably be the pick. Dodge, I think with 66 initiative and having like almost, having 24 less initiative than our fatigue makes me not want to take dodge. Yeah, underdog, I think I just explained that a second ago. I don't think he's going to be surrounded too often. I mean, if anything, because he has 97 melee skill, if I wanted a defensive perk, I actually think I would take reach advantage, but I don't think I'm going to pick that here. I think I'm just going to grab Fearsome. There's a decent number of times we're hitting an enemy that we can't kill in one hit. And by a decent number, I mean like only orcs. Do you ever take Executioner? You do proc a lot of injuries. Executioner is kind of interesting. For a cleaver bro, I don't hate Executioner. Enemies who injure a foe, finishing him off with Executioner. Headhunter? Headhunter's interesting. Steelbrow as a defensive perk? Maybe. I kind of like Executioner, actually. If we think about the fact that we're using the cleaver as a finishing weapon, most of the time, those enemies are injured. Yeah, this perk isn't like a high value choice, is the thing. You've never seen me pick Executioner, for that alone you should pick it. I've picked it before. It's happened. I don't think I hate it. Let's grab Executioner. Sure. And then Green Killer. Another Cleaver Bro. Actually, is this like the same build, basically? I mean, it really basically is. It's like mini Cleaver Boy. What do I do on this one? This one could maybe use a little offensive help. 79, it's an offensive build. So on this brother, since he has a 4 AP weapon, I could maybe be convinced to grab fast. Either that or Backstabber. Again, since the cleaver's a finisher weapon, they'll often be in range of someone else. 20 melee defense. Yeah, he's not the strongest bro. That's okay. This one goes to the trash bin? No. The bro has monstrous secondaries, and he's got good enough stats for us to take to the end of the game. We're going to be picking up veteran levels here soon. Yeah, I think Backstabber is pretty okay. Let's grab it. Okay, so then we're gonna head back and fight this big ol' Barbarian place of power, where they've got many chosen for now. Or Pole Mastery and give him a pike. Oh, that's an interesting idea too, actually. I think that could have been a really cool choice. I think if you had said that before I clicked the button, I could see myself making that choice, and I kind of like it, Crackalack. I think I would have done that one instead of Backstabber. I like that a lot. But it's too late now. But it's too late for Pole Master. Nah, you're good. I moved too fast. Okay, so we're gonna have Slurgy Spearwall right here, I think. We'll send just Nom to there. Uncle Freddy Mac will go to like here in Spearwall. We'll try to blow this Reaver up. I think that'll be the plan. Yeah. Are you giving jugs to your lone wolf? Maybe. I have not actually fully decided yet. Alright, so if we do put just Nom here, let's reap there. Do we have no hammer rows? We have Hammer Mastery on Uncle Freddy Mac, but it's Hammer and Shield. Boo. Is there 71% chance attack? Disappointing. MC Hammer approves of hammer mastery. Can't touch that. The drummer always lives if you don't have a bow. Yeah, pretty much always, yeah. Yeah, that's why I wanted to destroy this guy, so we couldn't do rotate shenanigans. We're gonna force these nerds to only be able to attack at this hex, so we're gonna back Behemoth up, I think. Why does the computer always flank? It's just what they want to do. They don't want to run directly into the spear wall. Yeah, even the dogs. Even the dogs. But only some of them will try. Oof. Oof. That one got through. For a little bit. Do I put Green Killer here? It's just the single Warhound hex. I think it should be fine. Ooh, nice. Okay. Cleaved. Okay, and we're gonna move Blackbeard to help with the rear guard. Executioner might be the play on cleavers. Might be. Because you're right, we do often injure with the cleaver, right? This guy's got a ripped ear. So we've got Executioner and Killing Frenzy. We're gonna use the Decapitate attack. Almost just straight up killed him there. Got him fleeing, so. Pretty sweet. Got hit in the head. Yeah, that Chosen had some serious armor still on him, right? And we gave him a serious attack. Let's see if someone can give him an injury before going to finish him off. Not that attack. Let's see if someone else can give him an injury. Who knows who it'll be. Get cleaved. Okay. The team is very strong. Chosen ain't nothing. This team is very strong moments after we almost lost a bro. Well, that was in a new legendary location where we were being a little greedy. So, okay, so we got a bundle of heavy throwing axes. You'll love to see it. Otherwise, none of the loot there is really all that exciting. Can we see the damage rolls? Sure. Yeah, so the Barbarian Cleaver rolled damage ignores armor and effectiveness against armor. That's literally the max possible of damage ignores armor, which is pretty insane. This Cleaver rolled damage ignores armor and effectiveness against armor. The base is slightly less exciting, but still very, very good weapon. And then we got another one that rolled minus maximum fatigue and weapon skills build up less fatigue, which is actually kind of a perfect weapon for our frontline gunner. So, the team is strong. I gotta cleave, I just gotta. Yeah. It's pretty crazy. All right, we've got another Barbarian Place of Power. This time with a few armored unholds. Good. We want to fight these unholds because the unholds are where we can potentially, and actually, okay, get enough of those components for the lady in the stone circle. We've got a fever for more cleavers. And their skin and bones, yeah. Yeah, definitely. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna move Uncle Freddy Mac here, spear wall, which looks goofy, and is kind of goofy, but we're gonna put our forge tank there, Thomas the Train up there, and attack him. We're gonna hope that that kind of works out for us. Thinking about moving Seaway 7 up, blasting there, missing the one target I really wanted to hit. I guess I could put Dark Paladin there. I wonder if you can get a famed Barbarian Rusty Axe. Yes, you can. You absolutely can. And they're very good. Surprising nobody. Pretty effective charges by those unholds. Okay. Deciding if I want to go after one of these unholds on this turn, or clean up the rest of them first. I feel like going after the unholds too early is a mistake. So we'll just focus down all the other enemies. Though I could put Slurgy in range of them. A pretty durable brother. So then we can attack that one with a weapon that's good for it. Exposed ribs. Now extremely exposed. Exposed head. Could put Blackbeard here, get a cleave. Or a reap, rather, onto those two. Or I could just be slightly cowardly. Do that for now. Exposed soul. Yes. I think that's correct. Oh no, you got my gunner. Joke's on you. The gunner guns you. Yeah, call an ambulance, but not for me. Exactly. That is exactly the vibe that we're rolling with here. Random French accent. You never know when it'll come out. I've been drinking this LaCroix. LaCroix. And that's where it comes from. I apologize to every single French person that I have offended. We can still be friends. I had a very lovely night of having some French charcuterie mailed to, I did a study abroad program in Korea, and there was a, there was a guy from France in the program, and we had a night of just like drinking, partying, having a good time, and his mother had sent him some like proper French charcuterie. It was just like sausages, meats, cheeses, and we just got trashed on some Korean alcohols and had a lovely night. Oh, that Reaver once. At some point he said, and I quote, "Without Airbus, France would be shit," which I thought was very funny. As a French Canadian, how dare you pronounce LaCroix in English tongue? I can't help it. Okay, and we got a wildly good sword. Okay. Wow. Holy shit, that's a good sword. That is a manhunter's saber right there. That is a great weapon. 54 to 60 damage, 34% of damage ignores armor. Oh my god. So we could give that weapon to Slurgy for the fights where the spear doesn't make sense. Without America, the French would speak German. Without France, America would still be England. Checkmate. International politics can't be summarized so easily. Too bad we don't have a manhunter to give it to. That would be appropriate. But yeah, this manhunter's saber, an excellent weapon. We could give it to Sink Naza. Globalists hate this one simple trick. What about just Nam? I mean, he rarely swings it anyway. When he does, it's just it's a pity swing. It's not a real swing when he swings a weapon. But yeah, we're gonna give it to Sink Naza. Sink Naza will make very good use of it. Maybe in the future we end up giving it to Slurgy, but for now, Sink Naza will make excellent weapon, or excellent use of this exquisite and exotic weapon. 54 to 60. 34% of damage ignores armor. That's so good. That's so much damage. All right, Dark Paladin. Rolled a 1 in melee defense. Don't love to see it. Gonna take it anyway. Is Slurgy a spear bro? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely he is. Lone Wolf spear bro. You love to see it. Has a fractured hand, which sort of sucks. Will heal in 2 to 3 days, even with the surgeon. And so we need to make a decision on Dark Paladin. Just Nam suggested earlier doing Flail Mastery. I think I actually do like that plan best. I think a Zerk Chain is a super good weapon. We're gonna hold off on assigning it until I have one to know for sure that that's what we want to do. If we do go for Flail on this brother, the last 2 perks are already set in stone. We're gonna do Flail Mastery and then Headhunter. If we do go with like Greatsword, I would do Sword Mastery and then maybe Backstabber. Okay, so I kind of want to go back to a temple. So do I go back to Hammerguard? Did I ever go to Hammerguard? Not sure I did. In any case, I'm going to go back there because I want to fix up that injury. Can't really meaningfully fight Orc Sea of Tents camps with the broken hand on the Spear Bro, so. Slurgy being a Spear Bro is lore appropriate, exactly. And also the Broadcast Briggy fighting the Barbarian Madman himself. What do Flail and Sword Mastery do? In this case, on a fatigue neutral, the purpose of taking those is largely just so that they can actually be fatigue neutral. They can move and attack on the same turn. Sword Mastery doesn't really offer that much for those kind of bros, but Flail Mastery actually has a huge damage boost with Pound ignoring an additional plus 10% of armor on head hits. That's huge. That's really good. Pound is the like primary attack of a two-handed flail. Okay, a Saleh for sale. You love to see it. The team's really getting kitted out. Oh my, and there's some fancy shinies here. We got Sir Roland's Spine, which is kind of a big whatever. And then a very good pole hammer. Well, well, well. Hunt down the Barbarian King for 4,860. That's a lot. That's a big payout. I think we're gonna do that. It pains me, but I think I'm gonna sell these heavy jabs. We actually surprisingly don't need them. So. That pole hammer has massive ignore armor, right? Yeah, so let's look at the pole hammer real quick. So this pole hammer rolled effectiveness against armor and weapon skills build up less fatigue. 50% is the base. It's like pretty good. If you had to do a challenge run where you can only have one type of weapon, what would it be? Sword? Does it have to be like two-handed swords only or one-handed swords only? Like, can handedness matter? I guess I'd choose the sword. But it would be pretty rough. Would have thought he'd pick the spear. Yeah, but the spear just completely can't fight entire classes of enemies. So the spear on its own isn't what you'd do. Speaking of spear though, I am gonna buy this fighting spear. And considering buying the pole hammer, God, we do have solays for days. It's great. Do we have a hammer, bro? Uncle Freddie Mac with a warhammer. No, Ragged Edge 82 could be. He certainly could be. I guess we'd have to buy a regular two-handed hammer. Not here. MC Hammer would approve. I love how I still just have question mark here. Hammer isn't that exciting? It's not exciting, no. But the pole hammer is really good. As far as the reach weapons go, it's the best one. At least like all purpose. And weapon skills build up less fatigue is kind of nice on it. And its effectiveness against armor. It's not that exciting, but it's an okay use of our funds. You think the Spetum is better? No, it's not. It's pretty bad. We'll give this to Ragged Edge 82. What the hell? All right, let's do these contracts. These are fun. Hunt down the Barbarian King and his war host. All right, so he's in the tundra east of us, so like down here somewhere, I guess. Oh, wait. Before we go do that. Okay. King of the North, we hope so. Nope. Just a simple Barbarian King. You love the Barb King quest? Yeah, it's a fun one. Alright, we're gonna let him chase us for a second to let the midday wages tick. And so it is during that time when it'll check for injuries that you can fix. And so since we went to the temple, those are now fully repaired. A few armored unholds. How many unholds do we need to return to the crazy lady, the stone pillars? How many does she ask for? Just 3? I think we have them then. So we should make our way to her. Because we have 3 now. So, anyway. Yeah, n plus 3, but in our case, we made sure that n was 0. Yeah. So we can make our way to the stone circle so that we can progress in that quest line. All right, so there's the Barbarian King. Not the King of the North, which is the champion version. They have the ice on holds? They do. They got the big zaddy on holds. Is it possible to stuff your inventory with unhold hides such that he asks for more that you can actually carry? I don't know. I guess I'd have to look at the code to know if there's an upper bound. That's a mad lad question. Is the Barbarian chosen a one-off contract or can another appear? Another can appear. He's the King of the North, asterisk, for now. Feels like a very common contract. Yeah, it really does. If we get a Barbarian hammer, our hammer bro could use it. Yeah, the Barbarian hammers aren't that good though. So we actually wouldn't even bother. How strong is he compared to a Chosen? I mean, he's stronger than a Chosen. I don't know exactly the specifics of how strong he is. But yeah, he is stronger than a Chosen. Not like way stronger, but stronger. Alright, so the Chosen on top did choose to charge into the Spear Boy. Didn't know if he would. We're gonna see if those can get softened up first. No injury. A bold move there, Barbarian King. Sure that's what you want? You're sort of surrounded. But he will be able to adrenaline, so. And then miss twice. Cool. I've got no Chosen. I've got no drummers. My bros' heads are falling off. Poor Tweety. See you later. Now his head has fallen off. Got the Undead Crisis again. Rough. Undead Crisis is probably the worst one to have. As far as like progressing your team is concerned. The contracts, they just like send you across the whole map to kind of do Units reviving as undead is a liability, usually very bad. So, not good EXP or loot. Yeah, I mean there is better fight density out on the map, so there is some advantage because of all the, you know, roaming undead, but it's not great. He is determined to get to that hex. Let's try out this new sword. Ballin' Stalin excitedly checking the bro queue, only to realize it has not changed. Sturgy, I think we need 2 more tanks. Why would we need 2 more tanks? Why? No reason? I think we need 2 more cleaver broskies. There it is. Two more everything? We'll do our best. We'll accumulate what we can. We're limited to 12 bros. Unfortunately, that's just how it is. Enlightened 6 tanks, 6 pure archers. The truly enlightened build. Okay. We'll return and get our reward. And from there, venture off to the east again, on our way towards the stone pillars. Is there anything I could even put the... No. We could use a better body armor for Seroy 7. I'm just sort of going on the assumption that in our treks to the wilderness we'll find another forged armor, or 2, in the near-ish future. That was a pretty easy fight for 4K, yeah. It certainly was. It certainly was. Alright. We'll buy just a little bit more tools and ammo just to be fully stocked up. Fix up any injuries. And there we go. Buy a warbow to test the arrows. $4,000? I do want to try it out. That's fair. I wonder, do I have anyone else with like okay range skill? No. Nobody knows how to attack from range at all except for the 2 bros that have it, which is going to make library a real pain, by the way. Library is going to be potentially a bit scarier, and they made it so that the lore keeper something about his lightning changed. So you can try it out with any bow, just gotta be frugal. We'll get a, tell you what we're gonna do is we're gonna get a named goblin bow and we'll try it out there. I am gonna try it out though. You have 3 stars in range, too bad it doesn't matter. Yeah. It's true. The Lore Keeper was a nerf, you believe? You think so? My understanding is that it wasn't, but I don't actually know for sure. Will effectively use lightning less. I think it's supposed to be that he'll use lightning more. I think so. We need to give our tank a shield again, by the way. I didn't re-equip one after his got destroyed. How could he possibly use it more? Yeah, right. I think it's more that the cooldown before it strikes the ground was changed, decreased, question mark, in some way. Somehow. Uh-oh. Thomas the Train. Struggling to set himself down on a tree stump. He's getting old. There it happened. Alright, so it actually like happened here. No precursor event. He is an old man. But that's okay. He's got enough fatigue to still completely, totally, and perfectly function with that smiling face that he's already got. 17 is enough. So it is nice to have like a little bit more just to be able to move up and down elevations or like get engaged, get in position, but 17 is good enough. And yeah, the only real downside here truly is the hit points. And he makes up for it with resolve, so it's fine. Got the water skin for him. I don't even think I'd use it. Like, it's not even a big deal. Swag levels can help both those things. Yeah, I mean, there's no, it's genuinely like not even really a downside. It doesn't really impact him meaningfully in any way. It's sort of like we traded hit points for resolve, which kind of okay with. There's a few things that could get annoying. If he gets goblin, oh, okay, unhold graveyard, lovely. If he gets goblin poison on him, then, you know, that might decrease his vision where he can't use a reach weapon, for example. So it's not completely without downside, but yeah, his stats are so good. He's an insane brother. He's so strong. So it's not a big deal. Okay. Where are you, goblin camps? Oh, they're there. There's one. It's just becoming dawn, which sort of sucks. There's a shaman and an overseer. Boo. But whatever. I should double check that that link actually ended up my final build on Slurgy. At least it's on Tundra, true. A little bit less Lego staircase. Shoot me. Can't wait for Goblin City. Yeah, Goblin City will be exciting. It won't be too long until we do it. It's always a fun one. Goblins don't mess around. Swamp gobbos are more annoying than uphill gobbos. You think so? I don't know. I kind of feel like uphill gobbos are the worst. Uphill gobbos have a knack for creating terrain which is practically unclimbable. You've lost so many good bros to uphill gobbos? Yeah. You and I both. Ooh, good damage on that shaman. Just use your 55 range defense banner. Easy. Take that. Shaman has been dealt with. Really struggling to get free from these nets and roots. Like, the team's got chance 100, yeah, I'd say so. Team's got pretty good stats, so it shouldn't normally be taking this long, but luckily it's a fairly easy fight, so not that big a deal. Bleeds need to proc at the start of a turn. Devs, do you hear me? That would make him a lot stronger. It'd make that new unique quiver a lot stronger as well. Or legendary or whatever. They do hear you. You're the sole reason for the fearsome nerf. Wow. The Honorable Bijante. Never would have guessed. Yeah, it would also make cleavers a lot better. For sure. therefore making the madman better. Also true. Anytime you buff cleavers, I suppose you buff the madman. Excuse me? Mr. Skirmisher? That was my dog, sir. Slimy little weasel. Ball install in one. Thank you for the subscription. Watch the first location stream. You handled it very risky. True. That's accurate. Well, I wanted to learn a little information. Okay, we got ourselves another forged helmet. A very good one. Not the kind of gear we're looking for at the moment, since we're looking for body armors more than we are helmets. We're actually kind of swimming in helmets. It probably does represent an upgrade for someone, I would guess, at 318. I suppose we could give it to Thomas the Train. It's also a tiny bit lighter for his old bones. Wow, is a 308 really gonna sit? Crazy. It's better for lindworms, true. Unaffected by acidic lindworm blood. Yeah, I guess this marvelous iron visage will just sit there. Notice that I did not say visage, so as not to offend any French-speaking folk in the audience. Okay, so we've got goblins on a hill with a shaman, with wolf riders, ambushers, skirmishers. Okay, that one will wait for nighttime. We'll do a quick sweep, little mini circle. Need an orc camp for the flail bro? Yeah, we do. Don't want to go too far away. And then we're slowly making our way down towards the stone circle. Okay, and it is nighttime. That's 4 out of 4 goblin camps too? Yes, yes indeed. Little fancy footwork there. A classic goblin maneuver. You can probably put Syncnaza all the way up there. I think that's fine. Somebody misplaced their head? Talking about that guy? I wouldn't worry about that guy. That little guy? He made a little small... He makey mistakey by wandering here, it seems. Now maybe these goblins thought that it's human custom to show a head of a human to say, like as an indicator, like, hey, you're welcome. So maybe they're just trying to be courteous and they don't know how. May you ask when I did Abandoned Village, on what day? I just did it. earlier in this stream. So whatever day that was, maybe close to 75, somewhere in there. Sorry, I don't know the specific number. This new weapon, the Manhunter Saber, pretty good. Nice, thank you, VOD Time Tomorrow. Indeed. It was a fun little fight. Let's see, might be able to... Excellent. That is exactly what I was hoping to be able to do. Now, probably moving him in a spot where he would get shot at, but that's okay. Bijante level humor there. Yes. That does seem like a Bijante style joke if I've ever heard one. For what it's worth though, you know, making puns in a language you didn't grow up speaking, it's pretty impressive. Even if they're terrible. At least I'm assuming you didn't grow up speaking English. I don't know that. So satisfying. Not too bad of a camp, it turns out, in the end. Maybe could have done it during the day, but it is a lot more cozy to do fights against Goblin Shaman at the nighttime. And there you have it. One little goblin gets away to warn the others. Hey, I was gonna say, speaking of forged armors, it's a little bit light, but it's still really good. The Distinguished Scale Shirt. 285 fatigue for only 285 durability for only 19 fatigue. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Very good nimble forged. Yeah, it certainly could be. I think the team grew up too fast where no one's even going to bother with nimble forged. The only one who potentially still could, I guess, would be Ragged Edge 82. And I don't know. I mean, he could. We do like Battle Forged, Killing Frenzy, Gifted as the last couple perks there, but yeah. yeah. It was a funny way to misspeak. 285 fatigue. See, Thomas the Train, as an old man, has no problems now. Toss this bad boy on C-Roy 7. Yeah, I mean, it could be nimble forged. I think if we were to make it a nimble forged, we would do that with the light padding replacement. that you can get from fighting Shrats and Webnecks. There were some Webneck tracks down there. I don't know. Maybe. And would you look at that? We have gained the Goblin Trophy. You love to see it. Grants immunity to being rooted by nets or grasping vines. Let's lose it? Let's not. But we will equip it. And for the moment, we'll put it on our tank. I think it's fine there. And we're gonna continue making our way down to the stone circle. Looks like these Webnecks are intent on fighting me. So we're gonna wait until they move on to flat ground, and we'll fight him there. Don't want to fight him in the forest. I guess this land isn't that flat, huh? Okay. This round had a slow start, but it's going good now. Yeah. It had a slow, like, first... 30-ish days? Maybe is about where I'd say it started to pick up speed a little. Can you quickly explain your bro's default position / role? Quickly? You've asked quite a question. I don't know that I can do that quickly, but I can give you a very shorthand answer. I've got 1 dedicated tank, 2 dedicated spear bros, a frontline gunner who can also serve as a fatigue neutral, a couple cleaver bros, which I wouldn't normally build, but I happened to because of the famed items we found, and a couple fatigue neutrals, which are a heavy armor, slow defensive kind of brother. So a mix of offensive and defensive roles. That's the secret sauce to a successful team. Hopefully that's a good enough answer for you. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, it was like... I mean, it's a good question if you wanted to know the answer. Any question where you don't know the answer is a good question, except that it's just not one that can be answered quickly. Not really, anyway. Oh, we've got 1 hybrid thrower. I don't think I mentioned him. And a bannerman. And our banner in this case is not like a... Sometimes I make like specific types of banners. There's the ones that stand in front to be like arrow screeners with good range defense. There are ones that I make as offensive brothers because they have really good melee skill. There are ones that their only real redeeming quality is their resolve. And so I'll make them like a utility banner that just gets bags and belts and uses consumables. In this case, we got one that's like okay. He's an okay offensive brother. His range defense is okay. And his stats aren't exceptional enough that I still took bags and belts on him. So he's I guess a bit of a jack of all trades, master of none kind of banner role that isn't exceptional at anything and not exactly a normal kind of build, but Alright, poor spooters never had a chance. That one believes he might, though. Maybe he does. Maybe he doesn't. It might be that as the spiders are hatching, their numbers are going up, such that they are okay with fighting again. They'll do that sometimes, where they'll retreat and then they'll change their minds. But in this case, it looks like they are truly retreating. We hope that Misty the Warhound doesn't catch any of them. Misty. We'll give Misty some backup in case she does. Wrong way. Well, whatever. We'll let the dogs finish this combat, I guess. I think they're high enough in number, I'm not too concerned about them. Oof. Ow. Okay, well. Alright, I guess we'll get a couple helpers to help the doggos out down there. In my attempt to maybe save one, I put even more at risk. Classic. Okay, I think the doggos can handle that one. And they can. Alright. So we got some gossamer. We can make some reinforced nets, like reinforced throwing nets with that. We can also turn that into light padding replacement. Maybe in the future, maybe, we'll make our kind of last remaining option of a bro to do nimble forged. I guess with the jugs, we could also turn another bro into nimble forged by just taking battle forged on a bro that already has nimble. That would also be an option. Jugs mentioned. Yes, they were. Or maybe I just take the shield. Plethora of orc young. Where have you come from, younglings? There? Very far from civilization here, so these are smart fights for us to take. Very high chance of famed items, shinies. I'm a simple boy. See shiny, want shiny. Where did you come from and where did you go? Where did you come from, Cockney Orc? But up and do nado. In what case do you consider nimble / forwards an interesting option? Well, the short answer is almost never. But the more nuanced answer is, you know, if you get a perfect armor piece for it, which pretty much has to be a, you know, middle ground famed armor set. It's not something that I think most players need to... If you never knew that you could take both on the same build and that it would be reasonable, you'd be just fine. Hey, you're welcome, Dying Quantum. Yeah, in the case of Nimbleforge, it just, since it takes named gear, it's not something to really worry about. And even when it does, it's okay for those bros to just have one or the other. Slurgy, did you know that for reasons unknown, there exists other games? What? Like what? Like what games are those? Oh, Orc Berserker. Give her boy Uncle Freddie Mac. Piece of his mind. It was the bonkin piece. Slurgy Baldur's Gate 3 stream when? It was a fun game. Shady Breadstick, thank you for the Prime sub. I am going to move Blackbeard forward so that Uncle Freddie Mac doesn't take too much extra damage. Baldur's Gate 3 where chat votes on actions. Well, then it would be chat plays Baldur's Gate 3. Oh, hey, the Orc Berserker got a kill. Is that Sword Lance the black? It is technically not a Sword Lance, it is technically a Reaper's Scythe. But yeah, essentially the same thing. Alright, so we got a Berserk Chain, 2 of them. Sure, let's just give that to Dark Paladin. May as well. Hey, good night, Bijante. And so if I am going to do that, then we'll take Flail Mastery so that we can actually swing the dang thing. It's too heavy for us. We need to swap our armor to a lighter one. So we can use this one? Do we put AFP on it? I guess we do have it. Okay. Seems reasonable. Looks nice. Alright, just Nom, our Forge Tank. Continuing to level up nicely. We're gonna grab Indom. There's been a number of times where we would have wanted to use it. He's gonna be needing some better / lighter armor pieces. We'll find him for him eventually. Okay, then we'll make our way to the stone pillars. We technically could do Goblin City anytime. We're gonna level up a tiny bit before we do that, so we're not gonna do it right now. I wanna make sure when we go to the stone pillars that we don't have any shimmering ashes in our inventory, and we don't. Okay, I guess defeat the greenskin invasion? Might be the most reasonable one to take here. Are we hitting the second new location this run? That's the plan. I'm at least gonna get everyone up to level 11 before we do though. Okay, so now we need to return with 3 piles of ashes. So we get those from fighting necro savants. So we're gonna make our way down to Al-Hazif. Is Nama a candidate for Nimble Forged? Interesting. Out of curiosity, what would the nimble percentage be of... Let me look at something. Well, I guess we put that attachment on it. 95. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. Alright, so let's do this ambusher's hideout while we're making our way south. Oh, I suppose we should have equipped the kite shield. We'll probably still be pretty alright with the heater shield though. You're going through pics and videos of today's shenanigans with the doggos and water, and we'll be posting some new stuff on Discord for everyone's viewing pleasure. Wonderful. Are the leaves new? You don't recall seeing that before? I think I've seen it before. It's pretty rare though. I think I have seen that visual effect before. But I'm not sure. This is going to be the last round that goblins get many opportunities to attack. Chowser asking the tough questions. He is. Oh, I shouldn't have moved our book nerd to there. That would have been a great spot for the sword lance to attack. Get speared. It's the engineer in you? Yeah. Can't turn that off. System performance is different. I maybe should give Dark Paladin a goblin pike, goblin skewer thing to use. What new animations? Your Battle Brothers might run slower than 1,400 FPS now. Wow, brag. Show off. with his ultra high-powered computer. Able to run this game with cutting-edge graphics. Human eye can't see past 24. No, it definitely can. If you want to know a real fun trick with FPS, or your frames per second isn't even exactly how your eyes work anyway, but if you take something that has a distinct refresh, right? So some LED screens and things like that, this trick won't work. But if you have something like an LED light bulb that's got, especially if it's one of those old LED Christmas lights that has a 50% duty cycle, so it's, you know, truly only lets light through in one direction of the current for AC current. Anyway, when you look directly at them, you won't be able to see their refresh rate. But if you look a different direction and pay attention to your peripheral, you will be able to see the 60 hertz flicker from our electrical grid. Or if you're in Europe, the 50 hertz. I'm assuming you'd probably see it slightly easier, actually. But it's a fun trick, and and at least for me, it kind of blew my mind. I'm like, wow, I can actually perceive that. You used to see that while laying in bed with your alarm clock, the numbers would waver? Yeah. It's the exact same phenomenon in that circumstance. It's a cool thing to experience, but also like a little bit jarring. You see that flicker from fluorescent bulbs that drives you nuts? Yes. Yep. Yeah, fluorescent lighting has that really bad. Ooh, Orxia Tense. Lovely. Hey, C-Roy7 finally got his +3 in melee defense. Can you believe it? So final perk here might still just be gifted. I feel like that's still the play. And do I just choose melee defense? I think I just choose these three. All right, Morat Gragagash. Lovely. Sounds like a nice place. We have our last retinue slot, our last follower, camp follower. You know, what's interesting is I was gonna do the blacksmith, but our team is so efficient that I feel like, I don't know, we make these treks deep into the wilderness and like, we don't really need to reduce tool consumption. I guess increasing repair speed though can be really nice. And recovering equipment worn by men even if broken. I guess that's kind of nice. Keep them shields. All right, let's do it. The blacksmith. Look at that mustache. That's incredible. The sheer density of hair that I'm pretty sure is coming from just like 2 little spots. That is a beautiful, remarkable, beautiful mustache. He's got like a Tom Selleck haircut. He's got a kind of a mullet thing going on. Damn, that's crazy. People can hear in different ranges too. Yeah, most people can hear to about like 20 kilohertz-ish, but it does diminish as you get older. You're not able to hear those higher pitched sounds as easily. Yeah, what a majestic human being, exactly. All right, 24 little orcs. Now we don't have a smoke pot, so there is a slight risk. We are of course gonna hope that we get one of those eventually. Right now we're only working with an extra fire pot. So we are gonna get Slurgy, our broadcast briggy, stopping them up here. Same deal with Uncle Freddie Mac on top. We're going to throw our frontline gunner right into this hex. And we don't see the warlord yet. So do I move him all the way to here? And then Slurgy to there. Sure. Lovely. Great shot, Roy7. Where's our warlord? There he is. Okay, so it looks like most of their forces are concentrated at the bottom. So we're gonna get our tank down to kind of act as the sort of tip of our formation. Just the tip. We're gonna get Dark Paladin in a position there as well, and then we'll get the Cleavers and other Nimble Bros behind them. So I suppose we'll go just to there. And then Thomas the Train will act as a kind of brick on top. Maybe here? Maybe just here for now. Yeah. Could move Mac Poopy Pants up here and throw a fire pot. I feel like that's gonna get such good damage over the course of this fight. Let's throw it there. Fun fight? Yeah, it should be. Alright, so we'll put Dark Paladin here. Pull out the Zerk chain now. We got Ragged Edge 82 here. Pull Behemoth to like here? Maybe just here. And we'll put Blackbeard here. Bring Sync Naza up. Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, so we've got our tank on the cusp of our formation down here. Otherwise, everyone's kind of lined up just how we want them. We're gonna let him charge into our spears, plural. Will the orcs ever find the vowel? Well, they gotta find love first. I don't think they're ever gonna find that. Too ugly. Alright, we're actually gonna leave that orc young there. Kinda like him blocking up that hex. For now. Might back Mac Poopy Pants up. We can let someone else maybe occupy that hex if they need to. Hold off on Sync Naza for now to see if we can get a killing blow for Berserk Frenzy purposes. Okay, how's our spear holding up? 75%? Okay. How's this one hold up? 95. So we don't need to indom on this turn. Just normal attack once, but we're gonna save up the fatigue. Look at that staunch line of spears, right. I guess Behemoth will actually just do nothing. That's okay. Could bring Syncnaza to here. Makes it so they can't push the Broadcast Briggy in case they get through. Or either of these two with their line breaker ability. I guess there's still a lot of orcs on the top side though. So I don't want to completely neglect that area. Yeah, let's not completely neglect the top. We'll just throw there. Bonk. We'll move back Poopy Pants there. Could proc Berserk on Green Killer, also get a resolve check, killing that guy. And we're gonna let them come to us. We're no fools. We know we're not in a position to need to push towards them. They gotta come to us. Ah, so that, I guess they do have that option for line breaker. Okay. How's the spear holding up? 58? Still good enough for now. So I guess we can indom just to stop this warrior from being able to do anything. It's a little weak, but it's something. So we should probably try to focus damage on the warlord, but I think I'm gonna attack this warrior first. Just to try to take care of him since he's fully encapsulated. You have the blacksmith now, so you care a little bit less about spear durability. Is that true though? I mean, I mostly just don't want him to break. It's not about repairing after fight. It's more about like not breaking during the fight that I'm more concerned with. Alright, 33%. Let's swap. Oh, no, wait, that was the end of our turn. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, no. I made an error. I made an error. I made an error. Team. Team, I've made a mistake. Uncle Freddie Mac has made a mistake. Attention, attention. Uncle Freddie Mac didn't make the mistake, I did, but whoops. Uh-oh. Is it time for Searoy 7 to move forward? Not yet. Ooh, that was a big hit on Dark Paladin. Alright, let's move Thomas the Train so that we lock up these two Orc Warriors. Now I'm more concerned with Dark Paladin, to be honest. So let's get up there and get as much damage as we can. So we'll pull Sync Naza down to help with the bottom side, actually. Probably? No, I don't know. Killing that guy's pretty tempting. Yeah, because of the resolve effects. Could move Slurgy to here just for surround bonuses. Maybe make him want to do a round swing. Also, yeah, no, I think I like that. Dark Paladin took a fatigue injury there. So. Lovely. So now let's pull Searoy 7 down. I mean, man, or do I? Do I just shoot again? God, that's such a good shot. Yeah. Tempted to send Sync Naza forward to engage this Orc Young in melee so he can't run away. We just hit this warrior. Hit that warrior. Alright, so we did a scream, which did rally this guy. Okay, I think that's fine. Now let's have Thomas the Train soften up that warrior for Green Killer. He's got his work cut out for him up there, but I think he'll be up to the task. Another yelling match? Yeah. So I think switching to the Berserk Chain is actually a trap. I won't have the fatigue to be able to swing it because our max fatigue would go too low. Now it's time for Searoy 7 to activate. Pull out the old cleaver. So close. Angry. You're so angry, Shat Ratog. Is it because your parents put Shat in your name when they named you and you got made fun of in grade school? I'm guessing that's it. Hello, Grib. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. We're just gonna hope they don't do too much damage to Sink Naza, or I guess Behemoth 6987 as well. Okay. And then we're gonna move him to here, that way he can move to either of these two hexes, wherever he's needed next turn. Alright. Probably needed more here. Got him. It's a good thing this isn't some kind of run that's very near the end of a very long skill plus RNG based streak, or a mistake like that could be really terrifying. It's a good thing. And of course we're gonna run them down. It's not like we're letting this orc, like, he's gotta die. Well, well, well. Lovely little fight. Frontline gunner there did 1,543 damage, just a cash 1.5k. Honestly, damage across the whole squad was really high. There were a lot of hit points on our enemy side. Can you believe it? And we got a pike? That is a very whatever pike. Extra effectiveness against armor and chance to hit head. Who cares? We'll take it, but meh. Yeah, exactly. What did your heart rate peak at, Slurgy? In that fight? 60? It probably, well, I should say, it's probably sitting at like close to 60 until I screwed up on top and switched weapons at the end of the turn for spear wall. It went up there. Not dramatically, but it went up there. Lovely. So we did get a couple little injuries from there, but we also gained an absolute boatload of experience that we're going to distribute to the squad. Uncle Freddie Mac. We're either going to go resolve or hit points here. Let's go resolve. Slurgy, the broadcast Briggy. Here I think we'll go resolve. Sink Naza. We'll go straight down the line of his primaries. Mac Poopy Pants has hit his final level. And as previously mentioned, I think we are gonna go bags and belts. So we're gonna have a bit of a catch-all, can-do-it-all type of banner. So we can give him some things to put there now. A little bit of a storage bin, if we're being honest. At least for those bundles of heavy throwing, or the throwing axes. Those are some weapons that we're gonna take with us into the Sunken Library when the time comes. Blackbeard, let's get a little more hit points maybe? Well, yeah. I think so. So this other Orc Sea of Tents and this other Orc Sea of Tents are gonna wait for now. We will perhaps return someday soon, but the team's not quite in a condition to do that just yet. But the armors are, apparently, repairing 20% faster with the blacksmith. Nachos. Lindworms. 4 lindworms. If we weren't hurt right now, I would fight these, because I do want to fight some lindworms. We can make at least potentially 1 lindworm scale cloak. Slurgy, are we gonna make use of the new pike on the guy already using a pike? Yeah, we've got 1 bro with polearm mastery. That's Blackbeard 4305. I don't see any reason to use it over this Forgotten Crescent. I really don't. I don't think anyone else has polearm mastery, right? No, just the one. No, the other guy? What other guy? The banner? The guy with the pike. Oh, I get it. I'm dumb. Dark Paladin. Sure. Actually, interestingly enough, I was mentioning earlier how I wanted to give him the jagged pike because it's lighter. And we can move 2 hexes and attack. So weirdly enough, yes, but I wanted to replace it with something else. Yeah, I mean, this Famed is unfortunately pretty meh. It really isn't anything special. A little bit of extra effectiveness against armor on a polearm is a big who cares. Chance to hit head is fine, but nah. It's not really a weapon class that we're too interested in using. Ooh, hyenas. Now the hyenas we do want to fight. We've got at least a few bros with dodge that we'd love to get some hyena pelt attachments. I don't think anyone's so vulnerable we're worried about them dying. So yeah, we're gonna chase these hyenas down. That's gonna happen. Weird terrain. Let's see, where will the other hyenas go? Okay, good. They'll travel quite far just to run into a spear. A little bit of an awkward setup with the terrain, but this will be fine. We just don't want the fearsome procs to be too effective. We don't want them to run away prematurely. We want these pelts. cleave through them like butter. That's not where I wanted the dog to go. So of course, that's where it did go.
Hopefully I get at least 3 pelts. That's what I'm hoping for. So I can craft just one. Just one is all I ask. Just one attachment. Stay safe out there, you Midwestern Americans. Is there a threat in the Midwest that I don't know about? Thank you, Eaglodub. It's about to hit Columbus? What is it? Yeah, me? Bad storms? Really? Oh my. Isn't making its way up to Minnesota. We seem to be clear from it. Finally past the worst of the storms. Portland had a storm alert last week. Tornadoes were coming, nothing happened. They're probably extra careful when there's like the possibility of tornadoes in a place where you're not prepared for tornadoes, I guess. Or like, you know, structurally prepared. Okay, so we made our way back to civilization. We're going to, of course, craft bone plating. We're going to craft a hyena fur mantle. We, I guess, can craft an unhold fur cloak if we wanted to. Could be interesting for the fight against the Goblin City. Upper Midwest already had 2 bouts of snow and rain. Huh. I haven't been paying attention at all. Alright, so we're gonna sell a whole bunch of stuff here. I think we're just gonna sell this gruesome pole. Oh, it's prompted me. Yes, I am sure. I don't think we need any more jagged pikes. I guess we don't need the greatsword. We're not gonna use the acidic saliva. We're not gonna use the poison glands. I'm gonna buy these nets because we're gonna make at least 2 reinforced throwing nets. We're gonna hang on to the rest of the gossamer. And we'll sell these valuables as well. Buy a little bit of ammo. Food is wildly cheap here. So we'll stock up so that the team has plenty for the adventures that may be ahead of us. Okay, so attachment-wise, so hyena fur mantle. One thing I'm kind of looking at maybe doing is, I know I put an additional fur padding on this distinguished scale shirt, but I'm kind of tempted to just toss a hyena fur mantle on it. I think this brother is going to need a fairly light body armor to be able to function fully, right? Because Dark Paladin, given that I'm going with the Zerk chain, and, you know, it's very heavy. Maximum fatigue minus 30. We kind of need to use a lighter armor, so we can use this. And
given that we have dodge, I love putting hyena fur mantle on a piece of armor with dodge. It's just such good value. Just feels so good. Just feels so right. And we know our last perk is gonna have to go to Headhunter. So, just gonna toss that right on there. Now the bone plating, we could hang on to that one. We could put it onto the armor of the Idjarok. That would be an option. It also looks incredible. Yes, that's true. Honestly, the hyena fur mantle, dude, that looks cool. Not quite as good as, you know, this unhold fur cloak, but still looks very good. I could craft a couple unhold fur cloaks literally to toss on the team's armors just before we do Goblin City. I honestly don't hate that. I don't think that's a bad idea at all. So I'm gonna do it. I'm not gonna put them on right now. I mean, I guess I could put them on things like this. Actually, what I can do is at the armorer, the Southern Mail shirt is actually a pretty dang efficient armor for -11 fatigue. It is a slightly higher value than the plated Nomad Mail, which comes at 105. The other option you have for nimble armors around that same weight is the leather lamellar at 95. So you can go from 95 all the way up to 110 for an additional just 1 fatigue. It's pretty good value. So why don't I buy those, right? And we'll have a couple backup armors. So we can do something like toss this Southern Mail shirt on and give it the unhold fur cloak there. And we can do a similar thing on Syncnaza. And then we'll move over these. Yeah, okay. They look nice. The team's looking very swag. Seems good. And yeah, I could put bone plating on the armor of the Idjarok. Another potential path forward for the armor of the Idjarok would be there are unholds, or excuse me, there are lindworms just north of us right now. And we can maybe make a lindworm scale cloak by fighting those and then making use of this unhold hide. I guess we're not, then we'd have to go up that way, and I kind of want to go through the other southern cities, getting some consumables that we can use for the upcoming fights. So maybe I won't do that, actually, now that I kind of talk through it out loud. So in that case, maybe for now, I just go ahead and throw bone plating on it. I think I like that. This attachment that's currently on it kind of sucks. And actually, what if I move that over? How heavy is this? Pretty heavy. So let's move. Nope, not that. I want to give Just Nam a little bit more fatigue to work with. Kind of gimping Searoy 7 a little bit more than I'd like. Asking a little too much out of him from a fatigue standpoint. We'll probably be able to get more forged armors in the relatively near future though, so. Okay. What was the other thing? Oh yeah, I was gonna buy some stuff at the Alchemist
So we're definitely gonna get a bunch of stuff. We'll get a handful of smoke pots, some fire pots, things like that. We're going to equip some of those on the banner. We can craft one more reinforced throwing net. Okay. Seems good. All right, I think that's a pretty good place for me to call it for the evening. That's like a nice, nice stopping spot. So we're gonna be doing some more adventures tomorrow where we are able to take on some more legendary locations. Actually, TBD on the stream tomorrow, I might. That one's slightly in flux. So, I'll let people know though for sure. But yeah, next stream, we may do the library. We'll have to go find it, but there can't be that many places where it can't be. The library, Goblin City. Was Susie okay? Yes. So she maybe has some mitral valve, like wear and tear that we're gonna keep an eye on, but she should be okay. If you're gonna ask me what the mitral valve is, I don't know. So yeah, and we also, the artifact, the new other legendary location, wherever that was, yeah, here. The artifact reliquary or whatever. Might do that too. TBD. So, anyway, next stream, that shall happen. Wait a second, what am I waiting for? All right, anyway, I'm gonna be raiding Jorb, so anyway, to all of you, wherever you are in the world, make it a good one. Ta-ta.